Testing mic, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing mic. Let me know if you guys are happy. Testing mic, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing mic, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Happy, thank you.
quickly look at the affirmation. People usually take the oath, so oath is more in the head than affirmation.
Does the witness have it?
Good morning, Mr. Selega. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chairperson.
Are we ready?
We are ready, Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson, today is the hearing of, or the leading of testimony of Mr. Brian Molefe. Mr. Molefe is legally represented. I would allow the legal representatives to place themselves on record.
Yes, they may do that either from where they are seated. If they put on the, if there is no, they can go to the podium, but somebody must just sanitize before they go there.
Deputy Chief Justice, together with Mr. Tsepe and Mr. Skakane, on the instructions of Molefe attorneys, we appear for Mr. Brian Molefe.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Masood. Yes, Mr. Silega.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, Mr. Molefe is here. I envisage that he is ready to take the oath of affirmation.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Molefe.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Thank you. Please administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Brian Molefe.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed affirmation?
No objections.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence will give will be the truth,
I
the
affirm.
whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, I truly affirm.
I truly affirm.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank
Yes,
you,
Mr.
Chairperson.
Silega.
Chairperson, the bundle we will be using is exhibit ESCOM bundle 17, 17, exhibit U38. Exhibit U38, that's where you find Mr. Molefe's affidavit together with the annexures. Mr. Molefe, I'll ask you to go there as well. Oh, my learned friend, Mr. Masuku, seeks to put certain things on record.
Well,
Chairperson, before.
I was expecting you to first indicate for the benefit of the public where what Mr. Molefe will be
Yes.
testifying about, will be questioned about, and so that the public will follow. Maybe you should do that, and then once you are done with that, Mr. Masuku can address me.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Mr. Molefe, I should say at the outset that his name features in many things, a couple of issues, from Transnet to ESCOM and to Parliament, but he's called by the ESCOM work stream chairperson to focus on matters that pertain to ESCOM. And that deals with Mr. Molefe's secondment, how he was seconded to ESCOM from Transnet, deals with Mr. Molefe's decision-making in regard to what he found to be the cooperation agreement and a fourth addendum between ESCOM and Optimum, how he dealt with that. He will explain in regard to the decisions he made. And to the extent that he can, and I know that he was not personally involved in certain decisions, regarding the two prepayments decisions, the 1.68 billion rand decision that was made by the board and the 659 million rand prepayment decision made by the board. He can explain to the extent he can, and he will also deal with the penalties that ESCOM sought to impose against OCM and how that matter ultimately got resolved. Together with that, Chairperson, is the interaction between ESCOM and the DMR on the one hand, and in particular the approach Mr. Molefe and Dr. Ngubane makes to Mr. Ramakludi in regard to that. Mr. Molefe has indicated to me that he would like to traverse other issues, particularly in regard to the the Public Protector's report, but he will do so in due course. Chairperson, there are other matters that might crop up during the leading of his evidence, and if Mr. Molefe is not ready on those, we have indicated or agreed with him that he would ask for your permission to either file an affidavit, seek for more time in order to deal with those matters.
Well, the one matter which should be mentioned is that he will come back at some stage to deal with matters relating to Transnet.
Yes.
So generally speaking, today he will not be dealing with Transnet matters.
Correct, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
That's correct. I've conveyed that much also to Mr. Molefe and the legal team.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, all right. Then Mr. Masuku can address me if he wishes to address me.
Deputy Chief Justice, thank you for allowing me to raise these preliminary issues. They are raised not to create the impression that something is wrong, but in a process like this, these issues ought to be raised so that the process is enriched and it is made a little stronger. I've been asked and have a duty to raise those issues which concern the appearance of Mr. Brian. The first is that ESCOM has filed a civil claim to the amount, I think, of 3 billion against Mr. Brian and I think 11 other defendants on the very issues that will be canvassed by the Commission today. So to the extent that some of the questions may undermine his defense in the civil claim, we might raise an objection. We hope it doesn't have to come to that level, but he would be entitled to raise a defense on the basis that this would this would be unfair in light of the pending litigation that is going on the very same issues that he is canvassing. The second one, you will be aware, Chief Justice, that the President has made a proclamation, I think it was 2019, if I'm not wrong, in respect of which a full-scale investigation was ordered by the President that the SIU must conduct in relation to the ESCOM matters. And Mr. Molefe informs us that he has been informed that people who worked with him have been asked for affidavits in relation to that investigation. And at some point, the SIU or whoever is investigating this issue will confront Mr. Molefe on those aspects. We would ask that where it is possible, his right to not incriminate himself be respected if it is raised legitimately, and we hope we do raise it legitimately. And then the last issue really is an issue of, if having been here a number of times, Chief Justice, if I don't complain, it's just not right. So I'm going to complain about.
So you are going to complain.
Yes, I'm going to complain about the fact that we did receive the documents on which Mr. Molefe had to prepare for this hearing quite late. It was on Tuesday night. We, as legal representatives, were able to access those documents the following day, which was a Wednesday. And we only really had Wednesday and Thursday, and part of, well, today is Friday, to go through the documents that had been sent to us. It does create a problem for Mr. Molefe, because one of the questions we had asked quite early was which aspect, in respect of which position was the commission seeking to have Mr. Molefe come and testify, because I think it's the Regulation 10.3 notice doesn't really point out that he is in fact testifying on the ESCOM issues. And that issue became clearer when we received the letter that I commended, and the letter by Mr. Slege, which was a very polite and very fruitful letter to engage with. So we do want to say that there is invariably prejudice that relates to the detail that you may require from Mr. Molefe in respect of the issues that he got documents late on. So in that respect, we would ask that if he does say that he has not engaged with certain aspects of your question, that you allow him the opportunity to do so in writing after having gotten enough time with his lawyers to engage with those questions that you'd be wishing him to engage with. So, I mean, subject to any questions that you may have, Chief Justice, those are the remarks that I thought are important to record so that we understand the context in which Mr. Molefe is going to be giving his evidence. It is the context of a civil and criminal liability that is facing, and the context in which the documents had been sent to him by the Commission and the limited time that he had to prepare for those documents. Absolutely, the final one, Chief Justice, he does want to he has a statement that he wants to make in which it may clarify his mind about the things that the Commission is investigating. If it is permitted, Mr. Bryan is ready to give that statement.
No, thank you, Mr. Masuku. I think to the extent that he may have received certain documents late and therefore hasn't had an adequate opportunity to prepare himself on certain documents or issues, there will be no difficulty where he is not able to answer because he needs more time to look at those documents. There'll be no difficulty in arranging that he can deal with those at some other time, or he might file an affidavit and then he might be asked questions when he comes back. As I indicate, he must still come back to deal with non-ESCOM matters. So there will be no difficulty. Every effort is made to make sure that there is fairness. We might not always succeed, but we'll keep on trying to make sure. So there'll be no difficulty in regard to documents that he really hasn't had enough time to look at because the Commission gave him those late. With regard to the question of criminal matters and the effect that he may, in regard to some question, wish to not to give an answer in order not to incriminate himself, that if and when that is raised, we will all deal with it then. Whether or not anything that may fall under the civil action, but not under the privilege not to incriminate yourself, whether or not that could be a ground not to answer, we'll deal with it if and when it arises. It might not arise. But that's fine. Let's see how it goes, and where there are challenges or concerns, we'll deal with them.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Justice.
Thank you. I will allow Mr. Molefe the opportunity to read or make some remarks or statements before he gives evidence, as I understand from you, Mr. Masugu, that he would like that opportunity. Mr. Molefe, I have indicated to your counsel that although I have allowed other witnesses to that opportunity, from a certain time I've been concerned whether we should insist that we should receive a written statement in advance so that we could see whether it will implicate any third parties or any other people in wrongdoing, so that the relevant procedural issues can be attended to. But my understanding from your counsel is that your statement should not have anything like that. Before Mr. Selega starts leading your evidence, I will allow you the opportunity to either read the statement or make the remarks that you wish to make. Mr. Selega,
Thank you, Chair. Should I?
are you ready to start, or do you still have some housekeeping issues to attend to?
No, I am ready to start, Chairperson.
Oh, okay.
I could identify the file and have...
Well, I think let's allow Mr. Molefe to make his remarks or read his statement, and then after that you can
Yes,
then take it from there.
Thank you,
Yes, Mr. Molefe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by expressing my gratitude for allowing me to crave your indulgence in making the statement. Chairperson, during the testimony of Dr. Ben Gubani, you asked a pertinent question, which, in my opinion, if answered, will put into context and clarify the events that took place at ESCOM during my tenure there in 2015 and 2016.
Yes, just hang on, Mr. Molefe. I think you might wish to bring the mic a little closer to you so that you are loud enough, and you can keep your mic on throughout. You don't have to switch it off when I'm speaking or when he's speaking. You can just keep it on all the time.
No,
yes, you can continue. I just want everyone to hear what you say properly.
No,
Your voice
I
was
don't want
not
to
as
cough
loud
into
as-
it and give the whole country corona.
Yes.
Chairperson, during that testimony, you referred to a question that needs to be put to Optimum Coal Mine along the lines of, and I quote what you said, how did you allow whoever signed on your behalf to sign a contract that the price would be the same for 10 years or more? Were they sleeping or what? Or what was? How could you have signed such a contract? Nobody signs such a contract, close quote. Those were your words, Chairperson. And unfortunately, Chairperson, these questions were not put to OCM. Because I think, although it was during Dr. Ngubani's evidence, you were asking about OCM's lack of, or the reason behind what they did. But the answers to these questions are at the heart of how and why we find ourselves where we are today. While they were not asked, nor had they directly answered these questions, Glencore did shed some light as to how they had put themselves in that precarious situation out of which they were demanding to be rescued by ESCOM. Glencore did not sign the contract that you refer to. Glencore bought the contract with the company that had signed the contract. This is in the evidence of Mr. Efron before this commission, and it was on the 13th of January, it was on the 13th of January 2020. that he gave this evidence, that they had bought that company together with the CSA, Coal Supply Agreement. Although Mr. Efron is a chartered accountant, he admitted that Glencore did not conduct a due diligence on Optimum prior to the acquisition of the company and the contract. Nor had they bothered to acquaint themselves with how the coal supply agreement worked. This was in page 3 of his statement. Sorry, in page 3 of his statement. Instead of conducting due diligence and understanding how the coal supply agreement worked, they did something extraordinary, Chairperson. They sold 9.64% of the shares in the newly acquired company to Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, a political heavyweight, and made him chairman of the newly acquired company. That was a strategic decision to use the former Secretary General of the African National Congress and former Secretary General of the National Union of Mine Workers, a member of the National Executive Committee of the ANC at the time. They knew that the profitability of the company could only come from a successful renegotiation of the coal price and ignoring by Eskom of the penalties that were accumulating at the time. Mr. Ramaphosa was their bet. The profitability of Optimum was therefore dependent on the peddling of political influence and the extent to which Glencore would be able to exert pressure on Eskom directors and management, and not on the fundamentals of the company that they had acquired. This, in my opinion, was the source of Glencore's problems. They had made their bed and needed to lie on it. It was unfair and arrogant of them to demand, as they were doing, that Eskom should effectively pay for the irresponsible manner in which they had tied themselves into the proverbial knot. You observed, Chairperson, that on my arrival at Eskom, there was, and I quote you, a complete change of attitude on the part of Eskom on the deal that had been proposed and had been supported by various levels of management, close quote. You were referring to the deal that had been entered into by Eskom management and Glencore to save Glencore's skin from the consequences of purchasing a company having not conducted due diligence. Eskom management and Glencore were in the process of subverting Section 38 of the PFMA. Section 38, 1C, Roman figure 1, which talks about the duty of a state-owned entity or a state body to collect what is owed to it. On the 8th of December 2020, during the course of these hearings, the evidence leader, Advocate Silika, was at pains to explain how Glencore had fallen into hardship because the export price of coal had taken a nosedive. Dr. Ngubane tried to explain to the commission that when the international coal price was high and Optimum enjoyed super profits, they had not shared their spoils with Eskom. What was unfortunately lost in that exchange is the fact that Optimum was a cost-plus mine. It had been built with Eskom's capital and had been given a 40-year contract. Eskom had responsibility for the mining costs, and in return, Optimum received a fixed margin. Eskom was, and then I think at some point during the hearings you referred to this as a an absurd arrangement. Eskom was unfairly excluded in participating in the super profits of the time when times were good. And yet, it was expected to fork out more capital, forgo its legitimate price expectations, and subsidize rich international corporations when the times were bad. That is the situation that we found ourselves in. You correctly pointed out, Chairperson, that Eskom had a legitimate contract with Optimum. In terms of that contract, we at Eskom were supposed to get from them coal at the price of 150 rand per ton until 2018. Those were the terms of the contract. Whether they liked it, whether they didn't like it, those were the terms of the contract. In addition, they had accumulated penalties in terms of that contract to the value of 2 billion. Evidence was led in this commission that that 2 billion was not a figment of my imagination. That 2 billion was calculated, had accumulated from 2012. I think it was Mr. Bester who said that he actually had calculated the 2 billion. And during his hearing on that matter, there was debate about whether or not it should have been 1 million more or 1 million less, but it was about 2 billion. Optimum demanded that the price of coal be increased to 530 rand per ton, and that the penalties of 2 billion should be written off. Somebody mentioned 530 the other day, and Advocate Selega jumped and said it was not 530, it was 400 and something. But Advocate Selega, when they came to me for the first time, the figure was 530. It may or may not have been written, but that is what I clearly recall. And they later on reduced it to what you refer to. But the original demand, at least to me, it was 530 rand per ton from 150. It was their opening negotiating position. 530 rand from 150 rand. An increase from 150 rand to 530 rand per ton would have meant a transfer of 6 billion rand from Eskom to Glencore over a period of 3 years, 2015 to 2018. Add to this the 2 billion write-off of the penalties that they were asking for. The amount that Glencore wanted Eskom to pay for their original mistake of not doing due diligence was 8 billion rand. 8 billion rand, Chairperson. Your observation that there was a complete change of attitude on the part of Eskom on the deal that had been proposed and had been supported by various levels of management when I arrived at Eskom is absolutely correct. I'm not ashamed of this change of attitude that occurred. When I arrived, I was having Eskom's interests and those of the country at heart. What was happening was wrong on many fronts. It was literally going to financially ruin Eskom. But there was an added issue to this. The Glencore position would have seen an inequitable situation. The poor and most vulnerable in the country would subsidize the dealings of the rich. There was no way that I could, with a clean conscience, attend public gatherings and meetings and shout from the rooftops that Soweto residents needed to pay their debt to Eskom, when I was allowing international corporates to disadvantage Eskom on many fronts. Moreover, I could not face Eskom employees and unions and tell them that their bonuses will not be paid or that their salary increases will be zero. Their bonuses will not be paid, as was nearly the case in 2015. And that we had no funds to fix the apartheid wage gap that still exists between black and white employees of Eskom. There is still an apartheid wage gap at Eskom. While rich international corporations were unduly exploiting Eskom. As I have stated, the payments to Glencore would have sunk Eskom. You will recall, Chairperson, that this was at the time when load shedding was becoming the norm. I could not, Chairperson, say to South Africans that load shedding will continue because we do not have enough money to conduct planned backlog maintenance on our electricity generating fleet, and still allowed 8 billion to be unjustly transferred to Glencore. When I arrived at Eskom, a de facto board of the company had been established outside of the company in the form of a war room in the presidency. Management had to report to this war room. Ms. Mazietsi Mokolo was here yesterday, and she explained, Chairperson, to you how the war room demanded meetings with management and officials of the Department of Public Enterprises every Friday at 7 a.m. Every Friday, they had to present reports. So when I got there, the biggest activity that was happening at Eskom was preparing war room reports. From Wednesday, we must start preparing the reports, make sure that they are ready for Friday, 7 a.m. Then it's weekend. Then Monday, Tuesday, we work. And then Wednesday, we start preparing reports again. It was an untenable situation. There was a board, a de facto board, that was outside of the company. And what is even more strange, Chairperson, is that there has been evidence here, including by Ms. Mokolo, who was here yesterday, that members of the board, the legitimate board, the legal board of Eskom, were not seeing those war room reports. So, management was reporting to the war room. But it gets even better, Chairperson. The Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, was the chairperson of the war room. He was, in fact, the de facto chairperson of Eskom, the de facto chairperson of a de facto board that was outside the company. He was the de facto chairperson and had started playing this role directly from being chairperson of Optimum. When the deal was done in 2012, and he was sold shares, or he bought shares, he was made chairperson. 2014, he became deputy president and chairperson of the war room. One would have expected corporate governance requires that there must be a cooling off period, precisely for things like this. Here is a person who was engaged in saying we must renegotiate. That contract was signed in 2014, the contract that I found at Eskom. We must renegotiate effectively 8 billion rand. Moves and becomes the de facto chairperson of the company. In fact, he sold his shares to Pembani. I'm not sure if that was arm's length, but he sold his shares to Pembani. But at the time when I got to Eskom, and when he was deputy president, and he was chairing the war room, the deal had not gone through. It was awaiting Competition Commission approval. I think that was granted in August. So, I suspect there may have been conflicts. But then again, I'm not an expert. The membership of the war room included people like Professor Eberhard from UCT, who has never, in my presence, uttered an intelligent academic or sane word about electricity or corporate strategy. I quickly came to realize that the war room was not about load shedding and turning ESCOM around. Something else was happening. ESCOM senior managers were being distracted from fighting load shedding by being made to attend endless meetings at which they were supposed to give unending and meaningless reports. I was uncomfortable with the war room and stopped attending its meetings. If the war room had been doing its work diligently, it would have solved the load shedding crisis before I arrived at ESCOM. I was relieved when President Zuma closed it down in favor of giving management a fair chance at fighting load shedding and turning the economy around, and turning the company around. Under my leadership and the leadership of and the leadership and technical expertise of people like Mr. Koko and other engineers, the engineers at ESCOM, the guardians as they call them, the employees of ESCOM, who, when I was there, became very invigorated and determined to end load shedding. We defeated load shedding in August 2015. On the 8th of August 2015, we stopped load shedding. And we never had load shedding again for 3 years after I had left ESCOM. Load shedding came back to ESCOM after Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, following the 1 billion rand Nasrec conference, was appointed president of the country. That's when load shedding came back. And after he was appointed president of the country, and he in turn appointed the smooth-talking and dictatorial Pravin Gordhan as Minister of Public Enterprises. The less I say about Pravin Gordhan, the better. As you see, Chairperson, despite his smooth talking, public enterprises are failing, and it appears that they are on a course to be sold to private interests. My suspicion is that, like the javelin, they will be thrown over the fence and be caught at the later stage. It's just a suspicion. To put it mildly, Chairperson, the situation made me sick. I found the behavior of Glencore and that of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa to be revolting. Mr. Ramaphosa must have known about what Glencore sought to achieve. He was the chairperson of the company that was bought without a due diligence. He was chairperson when the penalties were imposed. He was still chairperson of Optimum when the unlawful agreement that sought to increase the price of coal from 150 and set aside the penalties was negotiated with certain members of ESCOM staff in 2014. He knew that he was being used for his political standing and hoped to influence matters to Glencore's favor. He had an interest in the matter, 9.64% interest. He is not naive, and he has been dealing with these corporates which gave him his riches. Mr. Machela Koko, who I interrogated at length about this agreement that was entered into before I arrived, told me that the board had not sanctioned that agreement. He also told me that the official who had signed it had no authority to do so. But this is hearsay evidence, which I shall not burden you with. Although it is hearsay evidence, Chairperson, at least I know it was Mr. Koko. I'm not telling you it was somebody's brother that I don't know. I hope that Mr. Koko will shed more light on this aspect when the Commission ends its fascination with the suspensions of the executives in the hearing of his evidence. Dr. Ben Gubani and members of his board understood the situation perfectly well. For them, I received the blessing to do what was right. And for that, I'm thankful. It is a pity that this Commission on State Capture missed an opportunity to investigate the nature of the cost-plus mines and 40-year contracts and what is currently collapsing Eskom. It is truly an injustice to the entire economy. If this were to be investigated properly, we will all see the real problems from which we are being diverted. I believe, with the blessing of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa and Pravin Gordhan. I find it to be strange that the focus is on Tegeta, given the fact that the Tegeta supplied less than 4% of Eskom coal, while in 2015, 4 other white-rich companies supplied more than 80% of Eskom coal to the value in excess of 40 billion rand per annum with 40-year contracts. It goes into the trillions, Chairperson, over the 40-year period. And yet, we're here talking about this meeting, that meeting, concerning a company that was quite literally not supplying much. While some of us did not have the privilege of explaining our side of the story in an interview with the former public protector, with respect to Optimum Coal Mine, it is clear that Glencore had unfettered access to her and were able to impress on her what their beef with Eskom was. Mr. Efron testified in this commission on page 7 of the transcript during his hearing on the 27th of February 2019. He testified that they did have a meeting with the Office of the Public Protector, something that I was not afforded as a person against whom they were complaining. She did not bother to interview me for my side of the story, as is required by the Public Protector Act. Section 7(9) talks about what the Public Protector must do when a person is implicated. She must inform the person and give the person an opportunity to be heard and to interview the witnesses that came with the evidence. She did none of that. Instead, she proceeded in unprecedented haste to write and label as final a report which has been used by the media to lynch certain people, including myself, and which gave rise to this commission. This commission is the child of a report that was written in very suspicious circumstances. That is when Ms. Madonsela was leaving and was in a hurry, as if there was not going to be a public protector anymore in South Africa. Glencore is a multi-billion rand company. Their BE partner, Mr. Ramaphosa, subsequently rose to become the deputy president and then president of the country. It is rumored that, and this happened without any cooling off period, it is rumored that his campaign to become president of the ANC was financed to the tune of 1 billion rand. This was unprecedented in the African National Congress. I dare say that it was not in line with the culture, values, and ethos of the ANC that I had come to know and which I continue to be a member of. Mere mortals like myself simply do not stand a chance when we pit ourselves against these powerful forces who are trying to extort 8 billion rand from a state-owned entity, ESCOM. Constitutional bodies wrote powerful reports about us, and no one dared to question their procedural fairness, their disrespect for natural justice and the Constitution. Because the right to be heard, I believe, is in the Constitution. Or even the unlawfulness in the manner in which the Public Protector's Office under Thulima Donsela had conducted itself by disregarding Section 7(9) of the Act. Nevertheless, I continue to have faith in our Constitution, the principle of transformative constitutionalism and the rule of law. I'm aware, Chairperson, that even as I make this statement, law enforcement agencies may be ready to pounce and charge me with criminal acts. I appear before you and state that my conscience is clear. This I know because the spokesperson of the SIU, Mr. Khanyago, said during a television interview about the pending civil case relating to ESCOM against myself and others, that they had not concluded their investigations, that they had not interviewed me, and that the civil court process against myself and others is part of their investigations on myself. The abuse of law enforcement and constitutional bodies is not a myth. But no amount of manipulation of state institutions and agencies and intimidation will deter me. It is unfortunate that the courts appear to have also fallen to the narrative of the so-called state capture, which, by the way, Chairperson, you must still establish whether or not it existed. This was the purpose of this commission. But people talk as if you've already made your findings. Sometimes even your own tongue slips and talks about it as if there is a finding. When this nightmare is over, our country will return to normalcy. I hope that after this nightmare, some amongst us will desist from political lynching and purges and rather focus on the sacred task of rebuilding our country. I will assist the Commission as best as I can. Just for the record, Chairperson, I submitted this affidavit that is in front of you in May. I have written numerous letters to the Commission requesting to come. And I was told that I'm not scheduled and I must wait and so on until December. And in December, to my surprise, what I get is a summons to a person who's been begging to come. I felt the Commission has a right to issue summons, but I felt like it was unnecessarily hostile because all it took, even if I had been sent an SMS message, Chairperson, I would have been here. After the summons was issued, the first thing that we did is we received your summons, we're happy to come. Please indicate what it is about. Which matter? Is it Transnet, ESCOM? Is it ESCOM? Which ESCOM matters? No reply. No reply. Right through December, no response. Until 3 days before the day on which I was supposed to come. Tuesday night at 10 o'clock at night, we received the documents. 1,400 pages of documents. I've spent the last 2 days going through the documents. I did not sleep last night because I did not want to come here and say to you, Chairperson, can we have a postponement? I wanted to engage. After all, I had said that I had been ready for a very long time. But it is unfortunate in the manner in which this was done. It is also unfortunate that it may portray me, for lack of not going through some of the parts of the documents, as a person who is not prepared or who is reluctant to appear before the Commission. Despite the fact that I was advised, legal advice was, you must treat this carefully, this is very serious, you can't go in without having gone through the documents properly. I insisted that I will appear. That is why, Chairperson, I've been seeking to come and present my side of the story. A natural justice right that was denied to me by the former public protector. My heart is at ease. I'm ready to face the consequences of following the dictates of my conscience. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Molefe. I think there are certain parts of your statement which make me wish we had received it in advance to give it to certain people, or at least warn them about it. But I think I can understand that there may be different views about whether there would be a need to do that. But it may be that if we had received it in advance, we would have preferred to err on the side of caution and given them. So I just make this point to indicate that to the extent that either you or your counsel might have taken the view that there is nothing that implicates anybody, I'm not criticizing that. I'm not criticizing that, but you know, I may have preferred to err on the side of caution. So I just wanted to make that point. You want to say something before I proceed?
Yes, Chairperson. Mr. Ramaphosa is mentioned in my affidavit of May 2020. Not only do I mention him, I also talk about this issue of the shares and so on. I don't know if after reading that affidavit, or how seriously that affidavit was taken,
Yes.
there were any further investigations.
Yes.
What surprised me
Yes.
is that there was no follow-up.
Yeah.
There's nothing, even in the papers that I received on Tuesday,
Yeah.
nothing says we would like to talk about this issue.
Yeah.
This issue that I consider to be the most critical, I'm not
Yes.
raising it for the first time.
Yes.
It's in my affidavit.
Yes. No, that's fine. That was the first point I wanted to make. The second point I want to make is that I like the idea that you have taken the attitude that you want to assist the commission as much as you can. And I think from the statement you have made, you have even said, yes, I agree that when I came to ESCOM, there was a change of attitude, but there were reasons for that. And I will deal with the reasons why that was so. And you have said you sought to act in the interests of ESCOM. That's why there was that change of attitude. So your statement gives me the impression that you are ready to engage with issues with a view to placing the facts as you know them before the commission on the various issues, but also to give the commission your perspective, because sometimes the facts are the same, but these perspectives are different from different people. So I have said all along that as the commission, we want to get all the perspectives from different people. We want to get facts from everybody. And of course, what has happened in some instances is that certain people have come forward to the commission and given it affidavits, given it information about the facts as they see them and their perspective of issues. And then others who might have a different perspective on the same issues, some of them have not come forward to say, these are our perspective on this perspectives on the same issues, or these are the facts as we know them. The result of that is that until all sides give the Commission their perspectives and the facts as they see them, whenever there is only evidence and perspective from one side and the other side doesn't come forward, it puts the Commission in a place where it only knows one side. And so I am quite clear, and I've said it before, that we want all perspectives. We want facts from all sides. And so that when we make findings based on all sides' facts and all sides' perspectives. So I think your statement at least gives me the impression that you are ready to give the Commission the facts as you know them and your own perspective on the various issues, which is quite important. I know that you said that sometimes even from me, sometimes when it comes to state capture, you say there is a slip of the tongue. I think, well, all I can say is from the beginning of the Commission up to now, I've tried to make it very clear whenever I talk about state capture that I'm talking about the alleged state capture. I think that anyone who examines what I've said about state capture in the hearings and in media briefings will find at least that most of the time I'm talking about alleged state capture or state capture if it is proved that it existed. But I can't say that when you examine all statements I've made from 2018, whether inside the hearing or outside, and you might not find something that you say, oh, okay, it does not say now alleged, you know. But certainly there is, certainly from my side, that must still be proved, and I will only make findings when every evidence has been completed. So I thought I would just mention that. But thank you very much. I think that we should then, I should allow Mr. Selega to start. Okay, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Molefe and I had a collegial exchange this morning.
I'm sorry, before you proceed, it would be good if I could have a copy of your statement, Mr. Molefe.
I was going to say, my learned friend has indicated he wants to have it up.
Yes.
Sorry, Chairperson. That copy that you have has got some minor edits on it, but there are, they're just typing errors and so on. Because I finished it literally.
You have one that has, in which those minor errors have been corrected?
Oh no, I don't have it with me.
You don't have,
because
yeah.
I literally did not sleep
Yes.
and had to come here. So, but
Okay.
it can be made available.
Yeah, what can be done is this one can be replaced with one
yes.
that has been corrected.
That has been properly
yeah.
edited. Because
Yes.
over the last 3 days have really been a nightmare.
Yes, okay. And so that's fine. So it can be replaced with a version that reflects that the errors have been corrected.
Yes, Chair.
And I wanted to say, Mr. Selega as well as Mr. Masugu, separately and together, you can apply your minds as to whether this statement, of course the corrected one that will come, can or should be admitted as an exhibit or not. You don't have to, if you are not ready to say that now, you can tell me later in the day.
Chair, I think my inclination will be that it has to,
Yes,
because it makes reference to certain persons,
yeah,
the two in particular,
yeah,
and I think, all fairness to them,
yeah,
once it is accepted, it
Yeah.
has to be served on them,
yeah,
so that that part of what is said about him doesn't remain
yeah,
a mere statement
yeah,
in the opening address.
yes. I think Mr. Masuku wishes to say something on this point.
Yes. Deputy Chief Justice, they are now demoting me to come and stand behind.
Well, Mr.
demoting- they
Masuku,
are both
why are they preventing you from going to the podium? Because
don't understand
you wanted
why.
to go to the podium.
Yes, I want to
think
go
you
to the
must go to the podium.
Yes.
Yeah, why are they preventing you? Just sanitize the podium and then you can use it. But I'm sure, Mr. Masuku, it's not any attempt at sabotaging you.
Deputy Chief Justice, I'm in agreement with my learned friend's view. The allegations made in the statement are not light allegations. State capture is what you find in the statement of Mr. Molefe. But what I would add is that perhaps what should be sent to those implicated in the statement is not just the written statement that has been handed up to you, but that the transcript of what he said
Yeah.
be part of the
What he
statement,
said,
because
yeah.
at some point I think he was elaborating on certain things. He would move away from the statement and
Yeah.
elaborate on certain things. So
Yeah.
if that could be done,
Yes.
that would be.
Yes.
The statement is not lightly made. It's a very serious statement.
Yes,
So
yes.
I do accept that it is one
Yeah.
that should be certainly.
made an exhibit.
Yes. But just taking advantage of the fact that I'm here, I made an error when I said that we were instructed by the Molefe attorneys.
Yes.
It's Molaba attorneys.
Oh, okay.
But our instructing attorney is Mr. Molefe.
Oh, okay. Well,
So it was a slip of the tongue.
there are lots of Mulefes. So.
Yes, no, right here there are two.
One can understand you being confused. Okay, all right. Can we take it that in reading this statement, which is not an affidavit, can we take it that Mr. Molefe was doing so on the understanding that he's under oath, therefore, although it is a statement, but because I see he had already taken an oath,
Yes.
but I need to clarify because he may have prepared it.
I think the Chief Justice, he will answer that for
He will,
himself.
yeah.
But what we
Yes.
canvassed that issue with him,
Yes.
and he has no difficulties changing it into an affidavit if it should be
yes.
required
Yeah.
by
Yeah.
the commission to do so.
Okay.
As he says, some of the things he made, some of the allegations he made
Yeah.
are already in
Yeah,
his
in his
affidavit.
affidavit.
So
Yeah.
there won't be any
Yes.
deviation from his central mission, which is to tell the commission about what real state capture looks like.
Okay, all right.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Chairperson.
Mr. Masuku. Oh, I didn't realize, I hope my watch is right, I didn't realize that we have gone past 11:15. It says 11:30. Is that the right time?
It is the right time, Chair. We have We have gone beyond the tea time.
Okay, so I think that we should take the tea break now then, so that when we come back, then you can start leading Mr. Molefe's evidence.
Okay, that's in order.
We'll take the tea adjournment now. It's 12:30. We'll resume at 11:45.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn. Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Silega.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I think I must just effectively make this announcement that going forward, any witness who wishes to make remarks or which are not in an affidavit or statement that has been given to the commission already should forward his or her statement to the commission at least 7 days before the date of hearing and indicate that they would request to be allowed to read that statement at the commission. That will give the commission an opportunity to look at it and see whether anybody should be alerted to it in advance or not. So I just want to make this so that in the future,
Yes,
everybody knows what's going to happen.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. ESCOM Bundle 17, Chairperson. Exhibit U38. That is the bundle we'll be using. Exhibit U38 contains Mr. Molefe's affidavit. And it starts on page 5. Mr. Molefe, again, the black pagination at the top left-hand corner. You are there, Mr. Molefe?
Yes, I am, sir.
Thank you. The affidavit, Chairperson, runs up to page 38. Mr. Molefe, please go to page 38. 38. Go to page 38. Yes. So that's the last page of the affidavit. You see the signature there above the name Brian Molefe.
Yes, Chairperson.
You confirm that to be your signature?
Yes, it is indeed, Chairperson.
You confirm this entire affidavit to be your affidavit?
Yes, and I also confirm that it was signed on the 13th of May, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Molefe. Chairperson, may I beg leave to have it admitted as Exhibit U38.1.
And the affidavit of Mr. Brian Molefe, starting at page 5 of ESCOM Bundle 17, is admitted together with its annexures as Exhibit U38.1.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, Mr. Molefe and I had a friendly discussion this morning, and I told him that Dr. Ngubane remembers him for his charisma and dance.
And dancing skills.
Yeah, and he said he would give us a treat, but now he took a long time in his address. So I will simply go straight to the evidence.
There'll be no time for dancing.
Absolutely, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Molefe. Ample evidence has been laid before us about your secondment to to ESCOM from Transnet. Could you tell the chairperson a little bit about where you...
Mr. Molefe, Mr. Selek,
Yes, Chair.
you see Mr. Masugu. Yes, I think that quite a number of the initial pages of Mr. Brad Molefe's affidavit talks about matters that we don't have to deal with.
Yes.
About whether his contract was one for an indefinite period or a fixed term, and the pension and so on, because those matters have been dealt with in litigation.
Indeed.
So you don't have to deal with those. I think it's sufficient to deal with his secondment,
Yes.
and when he started at ESCOM on an acting basis, and when he became, when he was appointed, and then to go to the real issues.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mr. Molefe,
because I
is a-
think a lot of those matters have been dealt with in litigation, in
Yes.
respect of which there has been a
Yes.
judgment.
Yes. Now, I have indicated that much.
Yes,
The pension
okay.
payout will not be traversed
Yeah.
in his evidence. But Mr. Molefe, you could, just before you go into the secondment, just tell the chairperson your previous employment prior to coming to ESCOM. If you don't follow my question, you will ask, isn't it?
Yes, no, it just occurred to me how far back you wanted to go, but
I'm sure he just wants the employer before the ESCOM employer only.
yes.
Yes.
Yes, so I worked in the office of the Premier in Limpopo under Premier Nwankwo Ramatlhodi as a Chief Director for Strategic Planning. I have worked in the National Treasury as a Director in the Budget Office dealing with provincial budgets. And I was promoted again to Chief Director, dealing with provincial budgets. And then I became, Asset Management, Chief Director, Asset Management, which was actually about state-owned entities. The assets were the state-owned entities. In fact, while I was there, it was during the time when the PFMA was being written. And I was in part of the committee that wrote the parts of the PFMA that relate to state-owned entities. And I was promoted to Deputy Director General, Asset and Liability Management, where we managed the debt, South Africa's debt, both in domestic and international capital markets, the issuing of bonds in the domestic capital markets, and the issuing of bonds in the international capital markets to finance the deficit. We also did cash management, and the chief director, who was now doing asset management, also reported to me. So it was state-owned entities and debt management. And then I was sent to the public investments commissioners at the time as a secretary for the commission. We started a process to change the legislation to convert the public investments commissioners into a corporation, because really the PIC was an asset management company, and we wanted to professionalize it.
When was that, Mr. Molefe?
I went to the PIC, I think, in 2000 or 2001. I was there until about 2008. I was there for 7 years. The Public Investments Corporation Act was passed in 2004. And while I was there, we were managing assets. When I joined, assets under management were about 310 billion rand. And by the time I left in 2008, assets under management were about 950 billion rand, just short of 1 trillion. Subsequently, I think about a year after I left, the assets went over 1 trillion and have stayed above 1 trillion. And
After 2008? After 2008, where did you go?
after 2008, for about a year, I decided maybe I was going to do my own thing and do some private transactions by myself.
Oh, let me ask you this. When did you join Transnet?
I think it was 2010.
2010.
I think it was 2011.
Was it 2011? Yes, thereabout.
You joined
Yeah.
Transnet in 2011. earlier. I think it may have been February or March or thereabouts.
Yeah. Chairperson, I may make mistakes, but I've submitted my CV, which has accurate details.
Yes,
No,
yes.
that's fine.
And
But
I
from,
must apologize.
Yes.
I might have left the PIC in 2009 then, and went to Transnet in 2011.
Yes.
But I remember there was about 18 months
yes.
where I was just doing gardening.
Yeah. I've read somewhere that you left PIC in 2010. Is that incorrect?
It's possible, because at the time when I was leaving the PIC, I kept saying to the board that I would like to leave, and they kept saying, stay for another 6 months, stay for another 3 months. My contract had ended.
But the importance of whether you left PIC in 2010 relates to when exactly did you leave? Because I may have misunderstood you, but I thought you said you left PIC in 2008.
Chair, we can go to my CV, which
Oh,
is
okay, all
an
right.
annexure. And I think it is more
Well,
accurate.
you haven't worked for too many employers. I would have thought that you would know these things easily, because you were just in the Premier's office in Limpopo, you were in National Treasury, you were in PIC, and then after that you were in Transnet.
But we only started there, Chairperson.
Yeah?
That's where we started.
That's on page 46.
Sorry,
Page 46.
46.
Yes.
The CV.
You're using the black numbers on the top left of each of a page.
46.
Yeah, the CV starts at page 46.
Yes. 2011 to 2015 at Transnet, and June 2003 to July 2010 at the Public Investments Corporation. I'm sorry, Chairperson.
On
you're
which
correct.
page?
Yeah, I think I was right, Mr. Molefe. At page 48, your CV says February 2011 to April 2015, you were Group Chief Executive of Transnet.
Yes.
Yeah, I was right about when you started at Transnet.
Yes, Chairperson.
But what we need to see is when you left PIC.
Your memory is impeccable, Chairperson. I say your memory is impeccable.
Not really. I remember some things and I
it is
don't
there,
remember other
Chairperson.
things. But I don't know if you do deal with PIC here. You should be dealing with it, but I can't
It is there.
immediately see.
It is there, Chair. It is there.
What page?
That's June 2003 to July 2010. Chief Executive Officer, Public Investment Corporation, on the same page.
On page 48.
Yeah?
Page 48,
Yes, yes.
where it says work experience.
Yes, I can see that, so I think I
So
was
it
right.
starts with ESCOM, it goes to Transnet, and it goes to PIC.
Yeah, I think I was right also that you left PIC in 2010.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, all right.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. I mean, just by way of a background, Mr. Molefe, the Gupta brothers, Mr. Salim Essa, have become the highlight of the day. And just by way of a background, could you explain to the chairperson, starting first with the Gupta brothers, whether you knew them, you had any relationship with them, of what kind?
If you like, Chairperson, let me start with Salim Essa, because I think it's easier. I actually don't know Salim Essa. I've never met him. I don't know what he looks like. I hear about him. The Gupta brothers, I know. And I know all three of them, but the one that I know, that I had a lot of interactions with, was in fact Mr. A.J. Gupta, and not his two brothers. And yeah, I know Mr. AJ Gupta. I've been to his house. I've been to their house, and I have been there on numerous occasions to attend family functions, to have private meetings, a lot of times. So I know them. I know them quite well, especially Mr. AJ Gupta.
Okay.
So I will not try to say to you that I don't know them,
Yes,
like
yes.
it is fashionable to do.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Can you also tell the chairperson, according to your recollection, when did you come to know them?
Chairperson, it's a very long story. And, but I believe you have the time.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that first sentence.
I say it's a very long story.
Oh, okay. Well, would it take 5-10 minutes?
No more.
Much more than that?
Yes.
Okay.
The commission will go over budget.
Well, let's first give you 15 minutes and see whether that will
Yes.
do. Tell us. Yes.
While I was at the PIC, I was called by Dr. Mutsunyane.
Doctor?
Mutsunyane, Sam
Yes.
Mutsunyane of
Sam
NAFCO.
Muzonyane.
Yes.
Okay.
And he asked me to come to his house on a Saturday afternoon. And we sat under a tree. And they made us tea. And he told me a very long story, long, painful story. He said to me that in 1964, an idea occurred to him that part of the problem that African people were not progressing was access to credit. And yet, they were classified as high risks by the banks. And yet, the money that was in the banks was theirs because they make deposits. So he says it occurred to him that maybe what he should do is establish a bank that would be an African bank. In fact, that is what it was called. And he says he went around all the townships and villages in South Africa trying to establish a bank. And there were no hotels there. In fact, the hotels that were there did not take black people in the 60s and the 70s. And he slept in people's houses and told them about this idea of establishing a bank. And they donated money towards the establishment of the bank. These business people who owned cafes and butcheries and African people that were not allowed to be involved in manufacturing by legislation at the time. So it took him 10 years to raise 1 million rand with which to establish a bank. And then when he had raised that 1 million rand, he says he spoke to the ANC about it, and they gave their blessings, but also directed him to go to London and speak to Barclays, and he did. And Barclays said, we will help you. And they gave him the 9 million rand. And he came to South Africa and he had 10 million rand with which to establish a bank. And he came to South Africa and had to apply for a banking license from the Reserve Bank. And the Reserve Bank did not refuse. They gave him a banking license with Barclays, but put onerous conditions, including the board membership of the bank and all sorts of things. It was incidentally headquartered in Garangua, which is where I am from. And I remember it very well. It was in Zone 16, next to the cinema there, Mokoko. So he says because of the conditions of the Reserve Bank, the bank struggled. For example, they were not allowed to open current accounts. And yet their clients were business people from the township. They had to come and withdraw cash to go to Metro and to Macro every Friday to buy stock. So they could not just go and sign checks there. And it was very painful experience under the supervision of a very hostile Reserve Bank at the time. Cut a long story short, Chairperson, his point was, Molefe, you are now CEO of the PIC. It controls so many billion rands. The governor of the Reserve Bank is a black man who comes from the ANC. And the ANC is in power. The ANC that had bought into this idea in the first place, in the 70s. And le palelwa ke, which means ni hlulwa yini? What is so difficult for you guys? And Chairperson, those were very, very, I took those words to heart. And I went back to the PIC, and I think it was...
So you are saying, in effect, look what I did under very difficult
Exactly.
conditions with hostility coming from the Reserve Bank, and it was apartheid government. Now you have an ANC government, you have the ANC here, you have a governor of the Reserve Bank who has the background of the ANC, is black.
The president
The
of
conditions should be much more easier
Exactly.
for you to achieve this thing.
To achieve this thing, to capture the savings of African people.
Yes, yes.
With the purpose of reinvesting them to advance and improve the conditions.
He was saying, what is your problem?
He says, yeah, he didn't say what is it. I think what is your problem is mild. Is we are hlulega.
Yeah, why are you failing?
Why are you failing?
Yes.
Yes, yes. So, Chairperson, I mean, it gave me sleepless nights. And I came back and thought about this thing. At about the same time, there was a rumor that NetBank is for sale. And I decided that maybe what we should do is take NetBank and transform it into this bank that Mr. Mutsonyane was talking about. So I mulled over the idea. I contacted NetBank. It is owned by Old Mutual. They confirmed that NetBank was indeed for sale. They had advisors who were supposed to oversee the sale, expressed by interest. And they agreed. And they said, but Molefe, can you raise the capital? I said, I will try. And I left the PIC to go on this mission. And I went to London to speak to people there about doing this. I even thought of maybe we could buy some other banks like Standard, not Standard Bank, the one that's outside South Africa.
Yeah. While Mr. Molefe is thinking, Chair.
Yeah, I'll remember it now, but
I'll
it's Standard something. But
Yeah,
anyway,
Mr. Molefe, sorry. I was saying to the chairperson, while you are thinking, I must remind you that your pilot experience and estimation of time should not fail me.
well, the chairperson just gave me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Chairperson, in South Africa, there was a family that had come from India, had established themselves as business people, and had opened a computer company. And, well, I heard that they were doing quite well. And I went to them and I asked, if one wants to establish a bank, where can one get the capital? How can one raise the capital to establish such a bank? And they said, that is very interesting. You know, in India, we have banks that are Indian-owned, that are our banks, like Bank of Baroda and several others. Let us speak to some people in England, in India, to see if they will be able to assist you. And they did. I'm not sure if I should mention who they spoke to, but they spoke to one of the richest people in India. I met him. I'm just reluctant to release his name now. And he agreed. And he said, we'll do the deal. After 5 minutes of discussion, I said, I'll help you buy NetBank. I was happy, I was elated. And we went to the Reserve Bank with this person and the Guptas and Mr. AJ Gupta. And we got to the Reserve Bank, and the banking supervision said, no, we can't allow this to happen. NetBank can't be sold. We've already sold Standard Bank to the Chinese. We've already sold ABSA to the English. I remember when the Barclays Bank came to the PIC when I was CEO to say that they would like to buy ABSA. And I said to them, I didn't think that the Anglo-Boer War would end like this. And anyway, but then the Reserve Bank was reluctant to proceed. And with the Reserve Bank reluctant to proceed, the governor was Mr. Mboweni. I don't know if I'm implicating him, but he was Mr. Mboweni. And I even saw him. We had a code for this. If you ask him what is the Groblersdal minute, he will tell you what it is. It was about a black bank. It was about buying NetBank. So it was turned down by the Reserve Bank. So we didn't proceed. And so I was left. Then I thought I'd establish a property company. I spoke to Investec, and they were prepared to help in however way they could help. And then one day,
Don't speak too far away from your mic.
yes, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
And then one day, I got a call, not from the Guptas, from a headhunter called Brian. No, I'm talking about, I'm talking about Transnet now. Oh, how I know the Guptas. Okay, that is how I know them, Chairperson. Because this one, now I'm going to Transnet. Now I'm going to how I went to Transnet. Yeah. But that is how I got to know them. We're doing this deal. And right through the years, Chairperson, we never stopped talking about this bank. And even up to today, I'm still talking about it. And even up to today, I'm still on that mission, Chairperson, of Dr. Motsunyane. Hopefully, before he passes on, we can make him proud.
Okay, so
Mr. Selega.
thank you, Chair. So the interaction with them dates a while back when you were at PIC, and it seems in that process, as you say, you came to know them very well. Yes. Just keep your microphone on.
I can also mention that while I was at the PIC, they also tried to do deals there.
They also try to do deals there.
Yeah, with the PIC.
Please look this side so I can hear.
They tried to do deals with the PIC. They submitted funding applications.
Yes.
And they were not approved while I was there.
Yes.
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 They were not, there's not a single deal that they did with the PIC when I was there.
Are you able to remember when it was you started interacting with them while you were at PIC, from around which year?
Yeah, Jefferson, maybe around 2007, 2008.
Yeah,
As
okay.
you've seen,
Okay.
I can't even remember my own life.
Okay,
but
no, that's fine.
Yeah.
We won't hold you strictly to it. We just want an idea. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And
Continue.
talking about deals, Sorry, I'm just going out of sequence a bit, but we will come to it. Talking about deals, Mr. Molefe, we know that at least at ESCOM, to get which was having links with the Gupta brothers,
Yes,
did get deals at ESCOM.
they did.
They did.
I'm sorry, Mr. Selega, I know I'm interrupting you.
Yes, Chair.
Before you get to Tegeta, let me ask some question to Mr. Molefe. So you started interacting with the Gupta brothers, Gupta family around 2008, that's your estimate?
Yes.
2007, 2008, you are not
Yes.
sure. And you said earlier on, you have been to their house, and I think you said
Yes.
many times, is that right?
Come again?
I think you said many times, is that
Yeah,
right?
several times.
Several times,
Yeah,
yes,
actually,
yes.
over the years, I mean,
Yes,
I've
yes.
lost count, actually, yeah. And I saw nothing wrong or abhorrent
Yes.
in
yes.
going to their house.
Yes.
I saw them, Chairperson, as people
Yes.
in South Africa
Yes.
who enjoy the rights
Yes.
that are in our constitution.
Yes.
I had
Yes.
no reason
Yeah.
to treat them like lepers,
Yes. Yes.
as people pretend that they did at the time when they met them for the first time. It was a normal relationship that I had with people that I had approached
Yes,
and who had
yes.
received us warmly to say,
Yes.
let's talk about establishing this institution.
Yeah.
They were foreigners that had come to South Africa, but they were
Yes.
prepared to buy into the vision of a bank that will belong to Africans. They were
Yes.
prepared to buy into the vision
Yes.
of taking that bank and making it a bank of Africans.
Yes.
Or like the African bank as had been the vision of Dr. Muzonyane.
Yes.
A lot of our own South African business people did not buy into that vision. Yeah. I don't want to go into names, but I actually at the time spoke to a lot of people who thought that, look, it
Yeah.
won't work.
No, that's fine. I assume that as the years went by, from around 2007, 2008, when you started interacting with
Yes.
with them, did your relationship with them get stronger? Did you get closer in terms of the personal relationship or professional, whatever it was?
Yeah, I can't say close.
Yes.
It depends on how you define close.
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but there were people that I knew,
You interacted with
I had
regularly.
interacted with. We
Yeah.
had tried to do this thing.
Yes.
It had not succeeded.
Yes.
And the vision was kept alive. Even
Yes.
when the Reserve Bank turned us down, I said to them that it does not mean that we must give up.
Yeah.
And whenever there was information, we would discuss it. For example, Bank of Baroda at some point became our target. It operates very successfully in Tanzania. And in fact, I have paid a lot of visits to Tanzania. And I
Yeah.
just made it my business to see some of the branches of Bank of Baroda in Tanzania. There was another one that operates out of Togo. It's EcoBank in Togo. That one, in fact, to Chairperson, Nedbank, they asked me, if you bought this bank and you became CEO of the bank, what would you do? I said, you know what your problem is as Nedbank? And now I realize that I was naive because I gave them a very important strategic thing that I had thought about. And it was even before we did the deal. I said, the biggest bank in Africa with the widest reach is actually EcoBank. It has more branches than any other bank in South Africa. It started in Nigeria. Most of its operations are in Nigeria. Its headquarters is in Lome. I don't know if you've ever been to Lome, Chairperson. It's a very interesting place. You see this market in town where they sell African traditional things. What's it called? Mai Mai. Ooh, there's a big one there where they sell all sorts of things. But anyway, I went there and I saw it, the head office. I didn't go inside, just from outside. And it's a very impressive operations. But the problem with it is that their operations have not modernized. So they may be the bank with the largest reach of branches, but they don't have the, at the time, the issue was these ATMs. And now, it would be cell phone banking. Yeah, so they were not moving with the times. So I thought that if you net bank and you buy EcoBank and you modernize it with the reach on the whole continent, you've done something very big. And the deal didn't happen with Nedbank, but Nedbank went and bought EcoBank. But then they didn't do what needed to be done. They also did other things. Nedbank at the time only had outside the country. They were only in Lesotho and Namibia. And I thought, what is your reluctance to go outside of the South Africa? Well, of course, we know the reason. The reason is because Nedbank actually is a Nederlandse bank. It came from the Netherlands. So, and it was an Afrikaner bank for a very long time. And perhaps that is why they never left South Africa. But they bought EcoBank with the PIC after I had left. So we would meet with the Guptas and talk about this and say, hey, look at what your friends are doing. Baroda, so and so on and so forth. Yeah. So we would discuss issues, most of the time, not relating to Transnet or ESCOM, actually.
Okay. Mr. Salega.
Thank you, Chair. Morning. Mr. Molefe, insofar as Mr. Salim Essa is concerned, I did say that I will ask you this question about Mr. Hank Bester.
Yes.
Yes, remember Mr. Hank Bester says he had a meeting in 2014 with Mr. Salim Essa.
Yes.
And during the course of that meeting, Mr. Salim Essa said, to show you how powerful we are, something to that effect. We have decided that Mr. Brown Molefe is going to be the CEO of ESCOM.
Yes.
That is in 2014, before the announcement for your secondment was made. 2014.
2014, yes.
Yes. So, how is it that he knew you and you say you didn't know him based on that incident?
Mr. Salim Essa.
Yes, Mr. Salim Essa. And you can say that, tell the chairperson what you said you're going to say.
What I said?
What you say will be your response to that question.
Yes, Chairperson. I was sitting at Rocco Mamas.
At
Rocco Mamas. You know Rocco Mamas, Chairperson? It's happening there. It's not a shebeen, but it's a restaurant that sells very nice hamburgers. And not far from my table, there were two Indian ladies.
Is that in 2014?
Did you say Indian ladies?
Eh?
Did you say Indian ladies?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think they're sisters from the way that they looked. But I could overhear their conversation. And one of them kept saying that Mr. Zondo is going to be the next Chief Justice. I just think it would be unfair to ask you to comment on that. It's exactly the same thing.
No.
And that Mr. Slika will be the Deputy Chief Justice.
No, there is nothing wrong in being in saying, look, I can't comment. I don't know where he got that information from. If that's, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that if you don't know. But if you may well have an idea where he might have got that from, in which case you say, but when you have no idea, you have no idea.
So you also don't know? So you also don't know where
What?
they got it from? No, I don't know, Chairperson, where that conversation came from, where it was going. I was not there. I have, in fact, I don't know Mr. Salim S. I've never met him.
Yeah. Well,
Did you know people that know him from whom he might have got that information, as far as you know, or you have no reason to think that he got it from anybody that you knew?
No, I actually, Chairperson, I don't know where he
You
got
don't
it
know
from.
where, yeah.
It's just like a lot of the rumors that go
Yeah.
round and round and
Yeah.
round and round. In fact, it is not something that I would normally apply my mind to and worry about and stress about and try to find out where it came
Yeah.
from. Because it is just,
Yeah.
it happens every day, Chairperson, that
Yes.
somebody was told in the corridor of a house, a strange house that he doesn't know, that about me. And he doesn't even know who that person is. I don't attach a lot of weight to.
No, that's fair enough. Part of the reason why Mr. Selega is asking is so that if you do know something, you can share it. If you don't know, you don't know.
No, I don't know.
There's no.
I
But
don't know.
I think we may as well mention this, even though it might relate to Transnet, and you might be able to deal with it. You might, if you say you would prefer to deal with it when you come back to deal with Transnet, that will be fine. And I want to say, you would know, I assume, that in 2010, December, the New Age, which was a newspaper owned by the Guptas, had an article, I don't know if it was December 6 or December 10, 2010, which was either saying Mr. Brian Molefe is going to be the next group CEO of Transnet or the next boss of Transnet, or whether it was simply saying it is likely that Mr. Brian Molefe is going to be the next group CEO of Transnet.
Yes,
Have you heard about that article?
yes,
You
yes.
have heard
I've heard about it. I also heard you talk about it here.
Yes. You
I
don't know where they
know.
got that information
I
from?
don't know. Did they say in the article where they got the information?
Sorry?
Did they say in the article where they got the information from?
I've read the article, if I recall correctly, but I can't remember whether, I don't think they would say, they might say certain reliable sources had told them.
Did the article say who it was written by?
I'm sure it should show. I think the legal team can just make arrangements to make a copy of that article available to Mr.
No, I know about it. The
Yeah.
point that I was trying to make is, did the commission therefore ask the person who wrote the article, where did you get that information?
Well, the commission's investigations are ongoing, but what I wanted you to be able to say something about, if you are able to, is to say we have a situation where it seems in 2010, a newspaper that is owned by the Gupta family or their entities seems to predict that you are going to be the next group CEO of Transnet. And it actually, that does happen. And then in 2014, according to Mr. Hank Bester, who gave evidence here, he meets with Mr. Salim Essa on some issue relating to Transnet business or contract, and Mr. Salim Essa wants Mr. Bester's company to work with his company. And according to Mr. Bester, in an attempt to show that they, I assume Mr. Salem Essa and whoever else he was talking about, are powerful people. He decided to tell him that, you know, we know that Mr. Brian Molefe is going to be the next boss of ESCOM. And in less than a year, that does happen. You know. So you might say, look, I don't have comment. I don't know where that came from. That's fine. But it's fair to just say, there is this. Do you have something to say about? Do you know anything about it?
No, I don't know anything about it. I did hear about the article at the time. In fact, I was out of the country. And somebody just came to me and said, hey, have you seen what's on social media? And then I said, I don't know what this is all about. And it was the end of the matter as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, okay. Mr.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Molefe, let's deal with your secondment, because it has also come up here a couple of times, from your secondment from Transnet to ESCOM. Tell the chairperson, how did that come about? Who approaches you, and what do they say to you? In regard to-
Chairperson,
But I'm giving you 2 minutes.
Keep your mic on, Mr. Molefe. Yeah,
Can
just
I
keep
proceed?
it on.
As you can see, Chairperson, I'm very eager to help the commission.
I didn't hear that.
I say, as you can see, I'm very eager to help the commission.
Yes.
Chairperson, as you remember, in 2014, 15, the country suffered debilitating load shedding. It was so bad, Chairperson, that one day I went to a bank. And I wanted to go inside the bank at Irene Mall, which is a small mall. And I found the bank manager, Standard Bank bank manager, standing outside the bank. And he said, sorry, the bank is closed. I had never imagined that South Africa could come to that. That on a weekday, I think it was Wednesday,
I assume he said what was closed because of load shedding.
load shedding.
Yeah.
It was in the middle of load shedding. The bank was closed. Around 10, 11 in the morning on a weekday, the bank manager was standing outside the bank and said, the bank is closed. And I was at Transnet. We were trying to ramp up the transportation of coal to Richards Bay because of the backlogs and so on and so forth with electric locomotives. There was a time when we were running about 36 trains on the coal line to Richards Bay, scheduling them, 36 trains in about 24 to 30 hours. That's a lot of trains, electric trains. And it takes time and planning to schedule trains like that. And it takes weeks for us to add a train, until you arrive at the point where you're running about 1 train every 45 minutes to Richards Bay. And then there would be load shedding on part of the line, and the whole system collapses. And it takes 3 to 4 weeks, maybe even more, 6 weeks, to get the scheduling going on again. So it really frustrated me on all sorts of levels. And then one day, during a function, I think at the port of Mocha, Minister Brown said, if we asked you to go to Transnet, would you go?
Transnet or
Sorry,
ESCOM?
ESCOM.
ESCOM.
Yeah, sorry, Chairperson, my life is, if we asked you to go to ESCOM, would you go?
Who asked you?
Minister Brown.
Minister Brown, Lynn Brown.
Lynn Brown, yes. And I said, yes. And she said, okay. And then a couple of days later, or maybe a week or so, and then she called back and said, okay, we're activating that thing.
She called back and said,
We're activating it.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Your move to ESCOM.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I said, that's fine, Minister. And then, so I was aware that she was working on it. So she would have done the communications to the board and so on. She spoke, we spoke, actually between me and her on this matter, we spoke very few words.
Yes.
She asked and I agreed. There was no long debate and so on. And from my side, it was like, South Africa is really collapsing. The bank is closed at 10 o'clock in the morning or at 11 o'clock in the morning. And I saw the devastation on the rail line. And I thought about what I was doing at Transnet was important, the implementation of the market demand strategy. But I felt, hey, ESCOM is more serious. If I can help there, I should go there. And they activated it. She spoke to the boards. One day I was on my way to Cape Town. I remember it was a Friday afternoon. No, Thursday afternoon. I had been invited to speak as a guest at the graduation ceremony of, I think it was the Technicon, the Technicon in Cape Town, Western Cape Technicon. I don't know what they call it now. And I said, she said, where are you? I said, I'm at the airport, I'm going to Cape Town. She says, don't go. We're making the announcement tomorrow. And I called Mr. Carl Sotikwa, who was the CEO of Transport Port Terminals. And I asked my PA to email him my speech at the graduation and asked him to go to Cape Town and deliver that speech. He was in Devon. And then I stayed, and she said, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, you must be at ESCOM on Friday. And then she made the announcement.
We know that she made the announcement, I think, on the 17th of April, 2015.
That's correct, sir.
Yes. So, even if you don't remember the exact date when she, that is Minister Brown, raised this issue with you for the first time, how long before the 17th of April do you think it was? How much time lapsed between the time when she raised it for the first time with you and the day when it was announced?
Maybe a week
2
or
weeks.
a week and a half, something like that.
A week or a week and a half?
A week and a half, yeah.
Oh, okay,
That
all
she
right.
raised it with me.
From what you say, it looks like she was the first person to mention
Yes.
the possibility of you moving to ESCOM.
Yes.
Yes.
And she managed the process of communicating to the boards, that the boards had taken the appropriate decisions.
Yes.
This was done, and I think in either one or both of them, it was an ex post approval, which is
Yes,
allowable.
yes.
And then there was a proper agreement that was signed, and I went to ESCOM.
Would it be fair to say your understanding was that she managed the whole process
Yes.
of your move from Transnet
Yes.
to ESCOM?
Yes.
Okay.
And Chairperson, she was the shareholder of both companies.
Yes.
Representative shareholder, 100% shareholding. They
Yeah.
were hers.
Yeah.
I mean, they belong to the government. So if the
Yes.
government said, look, you must move from here to there to help there, at the time she said, you'll come back
Yeah.
to Transnet. It's just a
Yes.
secondment. There are certain things that I don't understand at ESCOM. For example, she says, they are telling me that they can't pay salaries in 2 months. Majid Zimokolo repeated it yesterday, that at that time, they were not going to be able to pay salaries. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Silaga.
Thank you. Mr. Molefe, during that time, did you know, or even prior to that time, did you know Dr. Ngubane?
No, I did not know Dr. Ngubane before I got to, I know about him. In fact, he was the ambassador to Japan.
Yes.
And,
Face the chairperson.
sorry?
Face to the chairperson.
Yes. Sorry, Chairperson. He was the ambassador to Japan. And I think, I'm not sure if
He
my
had been a
memory.
cabinet minister at some stage before that as
He
well.
had been a cabinet
And
minister,
he had
but
been
in
premier of
Japan.
KZN at some stage.
Yeah, I can't remember if he was still ambassador, but we went there and we did a deal.
Japan
Yeah, a Japanese yen deal. We
while
borrowed
he
money.
was the ambassador.
While he was, so we did a deal in the markets for South Africa. South Africa issued a yen bond. And we went to Japan to sell the bond to Japanese investors. I think I may have been with Ms. Makato. She was the head of foreign funding. And while he was there, while we were there doing the deal as a delegation representing the South African government, he hosted us. I think that was the first time that I had actually interacted with him closely. And then for many years, I never interacted with him until ESCOM.
What name did you use? The first time you interacted with who?
Dr. Ngubane?
Oh, is that the name you used? I thought you used a different name.
No, I don't know his name, Diguere, if he has one.
The reason I'm asking is because Ms. Matsietsi Mkolo says prior to the decision being made for you to be seconded, the Minister Lynn Brown gets called to a meeting at ESCOM with Dr. Ngubane. At the time, he's an acting chairperson of ESCOM board. In that meeting, when they arrived, that is the minister and Ms. Mkolo, they find the chairperson of Transnet, Miss Linda Mabaso. They found Dr. Ngubane and Mr. Zitembe Koza, who was at the time the acting CEO.
Yes.
And according to her impression, the person who introduces the idea of your secondment to ESCOM is Dr. Ngubane. So that's the reason why I'm asking you whether,
No.
did you know Dr. Ngubane at the time?
I can't comment on that meeting, Chairperson. I don't know anything about it. I wasn't there. In fact, I was not aware that there had been such a meeting.
I think, Mr. Selega, you may have understood evidence like that, but I understood her, I think I understood her to be saying at the meeting, the person who raised the subject.
Who?
Well, the person who raised
Oh,
the
yes.
subject was Dr. Ngubane, which I didn't necessarily understand to say there may not have been discussions prior to that meeting,
Yes.
which she might have known nothing about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
no, that's a fair assessment, Chair, because I must also say, in addition to that, Chairperson, the same question was put to Dr. Ngubane, and Dr. Ngubane said this was a follow-up meeting, according to him. So there was a meeting before, and this was a follow-up meeting. According to Dr. Ngubane, it was the minister who asked him to second you, who suggested that you be seconded to ESCOM.
Yes, I think Dr. Ngubane's evidence seems to be consistent with Mr. Molefe's evidence.
Correct.
Because Mr. Molefe says the
Yes.
first person who raised this issue with me
Yes.
of moving to ESCOM was Minister Brown.
Yes.
Dr. Ngubane said that the idea that Mr. Molefe should be moved to ESCOM came from Minister Brown.
Minister Brown.
So
Yes.
I think that's
but-
consistent. Yeah.
Chairperson, I was referring to my consciousness.
Yes.
Yes.
So the first time I got to know it is when the minister literally calls me aside during a function with many people, and we speak in low tones. And she says, would you go to ESCOM? It didn't take 3 minutes. And that was it. So I don't know what happened before and after.
Yeah. No. That's fine. Yeah.
No, that's all right. Yeah, because just for your information, I'm not, you may comment, you may not be able to. You see how the dots connect is because the central figure, I see you laughing, the central figure in this is Mr. Salim Essa, who, as we have already indicated to you, the evidence of Mr. Henk Bester in 2014, who says this is what Mr. Salim Essa said. We have already decided that Mr. Molefe will be the CEO of ESCOM. Wait. Then you have, on the 10th of March, 2015, when Ms. Suzanne Daniels goes to Melrose Arch, Mr. Salim Essa introduces himself as the minister's advice to her. And that refers to Minister Lynn Brown. Then you have, again, the involvement of Mr. Essa when Mr. Tsotsi does the composition of the subcommittees of the ESCOM board, that Mr. Essa proposes to him who should be on those subcommittees. And Minister Lynn Brown gives Mr. Tsotsi the same names or list of names that had been received from Mr. Salim Essa. And Mr. Tsotsi is called to the minister's office, where, according to him, he finds the minister with Mr. Tony Gupta and Mr. Salim Essa. And the minister insists on a particular list for the composition of the subcommittees. So when the minister then comes to you, it seems that there is more than just the minister behind the decision for your secondment. You may want to comment, or you have no comment. I'm just painting the picture to you.
I'm tempted to comment. Chairperson, if you can observe events, some of them imagined, some of them real, and you observe them either in your head or outside happening, and then you decide that you would like to paint a picture. You can paint any picture. These dots, these mythical dots, can be construed from anything. Related events or unrelated events. You can take things that happen in a particular way as a result of coincidence, that happen in, I'm telling you that I don't know about these meetings. I don't know Mr. Salim Essa.
Yes.
And yet, you take all these events that were happening. Well, I can even ask, on the day that Mr. Bester and Mr. Salim Essa had that meeting, was it raining? And was the fact that it was raining part of the dot? Or was it a full moon? Or anything can be connected to anything, Chairperson. People who come here and say they are connecting a dot. As I'm sitting here, I can look at the sky and imagine a lion and actually connect the dots between the different stars, the stars at night. You can see a lion if you look very carefully, if you connect the dots. So, Chairperson, in law, there was I don't know, I never studied law. I know a lot of people who did, but I didn't. But there is a theory of causation. What if somebody wakes up in the morning and starts by going to the bathroom and comes back and sleeps in the kitchen? What was the cause of death? Is it the fact that they woke up and went to the bathroom? But because so you can connect dots to anything. And in fact, this is a matter actually in law that is dealt with quite extensively about the theory of causation. You cannot go and find all sundry events and try to connect them and find causation.
Okay.
I think they call it the theory of causation. Approximate causation, not all the events that were happening in a restaurant in Melrose Arch, or a discussion that people had on a rainy Sunday evening, and say that it is, after they left that day, maybe somebody got to a traffic light and caused an accident. You could say that it was because of that discussion.
I think it's fair enough your response that you were not in those meetings.
Yes, I was not in those meetings. Let's leave it there, Chairperson. I think we can ignore the fact that I tried to venture into the law.
Yeah. No. But you remember we spoke about perspectives, even if it's the same facts. Part of this is for you to be able to say, well, I don't know about this and that, but there is a flaw in this reasoning when you try to connect this and this and this, as I see it. So I wasn't there, but this doesn't connect. So that perspective. But if you say, look, I don't think that this means anything really, I mean, that's fine.
I think therefore, Chair, my comment, to be fair to Mr.
Yeah.
Silver, is to say that I note that you're talking about events that happened that I was not aware of, most of them. They may or may not be forming a picture. I cannot definitively say, and I don't think anyone can, say that there is a picture that you draw from events that are carefully selected to paint a picture.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yes.
Well, maybe we, for the sake of completeness, we may as well also mention this, and if you have got something to say, you can use the opportunity to say it. If you really have nothing to say, you can, you don't have to say anything. According to Mr. Mcebisi Jonas,
Yes.
yeah, he gave evidence in the commission and said he had a meeting at the Gupta residence on the 23rd of October 2015.
Yes.
He said Mr. Duduzane Zuma was in that meeting, Mr. Hlongwane was in that meeting, Fana Hlongwane, and he said there was a Gupta brother that was there. I think initially he said it was Mr. Ajay Gupta, but I think later on he said he was not sure about whether it was Mr. Ajay Gupta or one of the other
So he
brothers.
doesn't know who said it.
But what did emerge through the investigation of the commission, I think, is that, and I think Mr. Duduzane Zuma accepted, is that Mr. Tony Gupta was in the house on the day of that meeting. But Mr. Duduzane Zuma and Mr. Hlongwane, their version is Mr. Tony Gupta was not part of the meeting. He popped in at some stage and wanted to speak to Mr. Duduzane Zuma, but he was not part of the meeting. But Mr. Jonas was adamant that there was a Gupta brother who was having a meeting with him. He said the two, namely Duduzane Zuma and Mr. Hlongwane, were quiet most of the time. It was just that Gupta brother and himself were talking. One of the things that he said, the Gupta brother said, was that one, Mr. Nhlanhla Nene was going to be fired as Minister of Finance because he was not cooperating with them or not working with them or something to that effect. And we do know that about 6 weeks later, Mr. Nene was fired as Minister of Finance. And then he, according to Mr. Jonas, he wanted him to agree to take the job of being Minister of Finance and offered him some money. But one of the things that he says, the Gupta brother who he says was talking to him, that he said was that there were certain people that they were working with, and among those he mentioned Minister Lynn Brown, and he mentioned you. And according to Mr. Jonas, the Gupta brother who was there said, among other things, that Mr. Brian Molefe's career is well taken care of. I'm using my own words, something to that effect. So there is that as well. You might say, look, one, I wasn't in that meeting. I don't know what they were talking about. I don't have any comment, or I do have some comment, but I just want to make sure that you are aware that there is this evidence that Mr. Jonas gave. And if it's something that you hadn't looked at and you would rather deal with it later when you come back, that's fine as well. But if you say, look, I have no comments about it, that's also fine.
Yeah, Chairperson, the evidence of Mr. Jonas, he says he was at that house. I think I remember that he said somebody was in the passage. They met in a passage. He doesn't know who that person is. Even as you are describing now, he thought it was so-and-so, but then maybe it could have been so-and-so and so. And that person who he does not know said, we are taking care of Mr. Brian Molefe's career. Now, the weight of that evidence is very is light. It cannot be heavy. It cannot have a lot of, even though this is an inquiry, and this inquiry can accept hearsay, because that's what it is. It's hearsay. Even though it's an inquiry that can accept hearsay, but the quality of that hearsay is actually very bad, because he doesn't know who he had it from in the first place. And he says that I think he even said that that person was not part of the meeting.
Well, he said the Gupta brother was part
Now,
of
the
the
person
meeting.
who said that, who talked about me, was not part of the meeting.
Sorry?
He said the person who talked about me was not part of the meeting.
No. The person that Mr. Jonas said these things about you was the Gupta brother that he said he was having a meeting with.
Oh, I thought he said it was somebody who was passing on the passage
No,
or
no,
something. Okay, but I can't comment on it. I deny that there is any Gupta person who was responsible for my career. I was responsible for my career, and that especially because that hearsay evidence is not even corroborated by anyone. Nobody else overheard what they were saying or came here to say that we are taking care of Mr. Molefe's career. I don't know whether it happened or that Mr. Jonas is remembering it wrong, or it's just a figment of his imagination, or that he can't distinguish it from something that he dreamt to something that really happened. I don't know. But I can tell you now, as under oath, as evidence, that there was no Gupta brother that took care of my career.
Yes. I don't want to say took care but of your career, but I think in my recollection of Mr. Jonas' evidence is that it was something like your career is taken care of, maybe not necessarily by them, but your career is you will be fine in terms of career. But let's complete the whole thing, because we have now talked about it. I mean, I don't know what finding I will make about Mr. Jonas's evidence and Mr. Tutuzani's evidence and Mr. Klomane's evidence about that meeting. What I will ultimately find to be the case. But if I were to find that indeed Mr. Jonas was told these things by a Gupta brother in that meeting. And he was made the offer that he said he was made, that if he agreed to be Minister of Finance and work with them, blah, 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 blah. It may well be that the fact that that Gupta brother seems to have known in October already that Minister Nene was going to be fired as Minister of Finance. It may well be that it would be reasonable to say it looks like the Gupta brothers were looking to get a Minister of Finance for the government who would meet with their approval. And I've had evidence about Mr. Van Rooyen, who was appointed as Mr. Nene's successor. He has given evidence here as well. He indicated the number of interactions that he had with, I think, one or other of the Gupta brothers between October and December before he was appointed. And there has been evidence about the advisors that he appointed, and that is Mr. Van Rooyen. And there is the investigation of the commission led it to ask some of the people who were officials of the ANC in March 2017. I think that's when Mr. Gordon was fired as Minister of Finance, asked what reasons Mr. Zuma may have told them why he was firing Mr. Gordon, and they filed affidavits. Mr. Mantashe, Dr. Zweli Mkhize was Treasurer General at the time, Mr. Mantashe was SG, and Ms. Jessie Duarte. They filed affidavits which are within the commission. And if you have not been given copies, you should be given copies. One of the things they say is that, yes, Mr. Zuma did discuss or tell them his plan to fire or leave out of cabinet Mr. Gordon, and they say he told them that he wanted to replace Mr. Gordon as Minister of Finance with you. And they say in those affidavits, the officials of the ANC all rejected that idea. And we do know, of course, that the person who replaced Mr. Gordon as Minister of Finance was then Mr. Kigaba. And in the meantime, I think in February 2017, if I'm not mistaken, you became a member of Parliament, National Assembly, for a few months. I think in May you resigned and went back to ESCOM. So you might be able to say, look, I have no comment really on these things, but I mentioned them, and if you haven't been given the affidavits that I'm talking about, arrangements should be made for you to be given. And if you want to say, let me read the affidavits first and deal with this issue later, when I come back, that's acceptable as well.
Yeah, but Chairperson, I feel it's a bit unfair that people come here and say that we were gossiping about Mr. Molefe in his absence, and that I was at the house. I don't know about the fact that Mr. Jonas's meeting, whether it took place, 600 billion and so on. I'm not commenting about that. The fact that they talked about me at the meeting that I was not there and I'm not aware of. And it may have been Mr. Mkhize and a discussion at Luthuli House about me. It was gossiping because I was not there.
Well, I don't think it's fair to say it was gossiping, because this was the President of the country, Mr. Zuma, and President of the ANC talking to his, to the top leadership of the ANC, the top 5, top 6, to say, this is what I'm planning to do. And I guess he was
So
consulting
they were talking about me,
them. Yes.
and I was not there.
But I don't think it's fair to say they were gossiping.
Well, I don't know what's the definition of gossip, but
I'm sure you talk about a lot of other people when they are not there, but you wouldn't say you are gossiping all the time.
but that's what gossip is. I don't know, but
Especially-
let's not use the word gossip then. But they were talking about me, and I was not there, and I was not aware of the discussion. I don't know how that should reflect on me,
No, that's the
or
idea.
how I should take accountability
No, the idea.
for those discussions that took place in my absence.
No, as I say,
Or
you
how
know,
I should then now, in a commission of inquiry, explain myself about discussion that took place in my absence about me.
well, you see, as I say, you might say, look, I know nothing about it and I have no comment about it, or you might have some comment. But a possible scenario might be that you might say, I don't know, you might say, well, I'm not surprised that Mr. Zuma mentioned to the officials of the ANC that he wanted me to replace Mr. Gordon, because he had actually contacted me and asked me whether I would be prepared, and I said I would be prepared. So I'm not surprised. But you might say, I'm surprised because nobody ever talked about that to me. So the idea is just to enable you to say what you might know about these things.
Yeah, I know nothing about it, Chairperson, and I will not comment on it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, one should emphasize that, Mr. Molefe, there is a process of investigation and gathering information. Ultimately, the law makes a decision based on the evidence presented if it is uncontroverted. But the decision is not made based on reading the stars or making imaginations. So we are in the process, but the end will be based on the evidence. Now, in addition to this secondment issue,
Well, Mr. Selega, I just realized we've gone
we've
past
gone.
1 o'clock.
Yes, Chair.
I think let's take the lunch adjournment.
Indeed, yes.
We are at 9 minutes past 1. We will resume at 10 past 2.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.
Chairperson.
We are supposed to continue, but we are unable to continue because we have received news that somebody that works closely with me has tested positive with COVID-19. It seems that in those circumstances, because I'm required to isolate myself, that we can't proceed in this form. I took the trouble during lunch to ask Mr. Selega to share the information with Mr. Masubu and all concerned. I understand that there is agreement that that is what should happen, namely we should adjourn. Is that confirmed?
That is confirmed, Chairperson. I did convey
Yes.
your
yes.
message to my
Mr.
learned friend.
Masubu, you confirm, yeah. Okay. It's unfortunate, but it is the reality that we are all faced with now. And we have to find ways of how better to handle the situation. Because if each time somebody that has been in close contact with me tests positive, the hearings of the commission have got to be disrupted, then it could pose quite a problem for the commission's work and us finishing within the time within which we must finish. So I think that from my side, I think we should explore the possibility that if all concerned are available sometime next week on one of the days, we could explore the possibility of having the hearing via video link or via Zoom and I would be sitting in my place of isolation. So we must explore that and see whether it's possible. Obviously, because next week wasn't planned, that will only happen if Mr. Molefe is available, his legal team is available. I'm saying next week we could find a day where we could do that because the commission has been informed by the attorneys representing the former president, Mr. Zuma, that he will not be appearing before the commission next week. He says that should not in any way be seen as disrespect on his part for any legal process. It seems that he says it's because he believes the review application that he has lodged should be finalized first, and that also there is the matter that is in the Constitutional Court which has not been finalized. I'm not trying to exhaust every reason that he gives, but I think it's fair to give, at least to mention that those are the main reasons he gives through his lawyers. So we know that he is not going to be here next week. So it would be good if there is a way of using at least some of the days. So I don't know whether Mr. Slegan, you had any chance to speak to Mr. Masubu, but if you haven't, the discussion can be had after to see what's possible and what's not possible about sometime next week in relation to continuing with Mr. Molefe's evidence, but via Zoom or something.
Yeah. We did have a chance to speak about that, Chair. I know my learned friend was expressing some advice on that, I would say, and maybe he could be given an opportunity, is that right, to address the chairperson. He's fine, but he thinks we should consider some factors
Yeah.
that might require us to self-isolate and
Yeah, no, that's fine.
That's right.
The idea is that we should all talk about it and see whether
yes,
we all think it's something that can or should be done or
Yes,
not. you know.
yes.
There might be something that one is overlooking. It's just that
Correct.
one is trying to make sure that there is as little disruption to the hearings as possible, given the
yes.
time constraint, limited time available.
Yes.
But obviously, that assumes that one is in isolation but is not feeling unwell. That
Correct.
assumes that one is okay.
That's one of the things.
Yeah. Maybe Mr. Masuku might wish to say something.
You want to come here? Yeah.
I'm thinking, Mr. Masuku, you must be saying I may as well use this one that they wanted me to use earlier.
Not that one. I must just accept that, Chief Justice, I mean, we have to follow the COVID protocol once you are exposed to someone with COVID. And you're quite correct that you now need to go and isolate. But it's not just you who must isolate. It's your staff.
Yeah, no,
Basically,
that's true.
It's everybody that has contact with you, who carries your bags,
Yes.
carries your books, and everybody else.
Yeah,
And it seems to me that we shouldn't really be in a rush to
Yeah.
arrange some hearing tomorrow, next week, without knowing
Yeah.
exactly what your state of
Yeah.
the state of situation looks like.
Yes.
I would propose that maybe in about 5 days, when the
Yeah.
fog clears,
Yes.
and you still feel okay,
Yeah.
then you can write to everybody and say,
Yeah.
can we reconvene?
Yeah.
And we'll make sure that
Yeah.
Mr. Molefe is available to do that.
yes,
We prefer being physically present.
yes,
Um,
okay.
And
Yeah.
of course, this place has to be fumigated as well, because,
Yeah, no,
Now-
that will be done, yeah.
so
yeah.
it's quite
Yeah.
an inconvenience
Yeah,
to be exposed to this kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's quite rigorous.
Yeah, no, it is.
So I would suggest we don't
That we don't
schedule
fix anything so far at this stage, yeah.
And in respect of the other matter you mentioned, the love letter you
Yes,
received,
yes.
perhaps that also resolves some of the difficulties we would have faced. I just thought I would mention that because
Well, when I saw the letter, I wanted to say to you, now, you don't have to take the Fifth Amendment.
yes. No, thank you, Chief Justice.
No, that's fine. So I think that's a fair. Those are fair points. We will adjourn, and if we end up being able to use some time next week, good. But if we end up not being able, because of whatever, it's fine. As we go along, we are learning in terms of how to best handle this situation. Maybe if and when it happens next time, I hope it never happens, but if it does happen, we might be better prepared in terms of some of the things that can be done. I'm sorry that we can't continue, but it's one of those things that one has no control over. Yeah. Okay, no, thank you.
Chair,
Yeah.
we, from the ESCOM work stream, we were going to have 2 evening sessions. So those sessions will also be impacted.
Yes.
Ms. Goodson
Oh, yeah.
and Ms. Naidu.
The one that we arranged for
Tuesday.
Yeah, that will have to be cancelled
Yes.
for now.
Yes.
And the one that was this evening.
We were going to explore in regard to Ms. Naidu, yes.
Yeah. Okay, all right. We will talk early next week and see, maybe Tuesday, and see how things look. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
I told
Thank you,
Mr.
Justice.
I told Mr. Masuku that his attorneys wrote the letter prematurely, Chair. So they would have taken advantage. They played their hand too soon.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Mas.
And say it's divine providence. There is a divinity involved.
Okay, no, that's right. Mr. Molefe, I'm sorry that we can't proceed, but obviously you understand the situation.
No, I do understand, Chair.
Yes, yes. Arrangements will be made for the commission to continue with your evidence as soon as possible. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Then I have announced that for next week, Mr. Zuma will not be appearing before the commission in terms of the letter that the commission has received from his attorneys. But the week after next, if one is able to work and the one is fine, it will be, we'll hear evidence relating to state security. That is the week after next week. All right. Thank you very much. We will then adjourn for the day.
Thank you.
We adjourn.